sound testing. Sound.
that we want to implement within our university and within our city and East Cohesion region of Slovenia. Just a side note, East Cohesion region in Slovenia is the underdeveloped part of Slovenia. The western part with the capital of Ljubljana is the more important, the more developed, and we are striving and want to get the East Cohesion region to the same level as the West is. Of course, there are some political issues we have, but this is something that we are tackling. So, if you go to the next slide, the University of Maribor is the largest research organization in the cohesion region of East Slovenia, and I'm now telling you this just to give you some short explanation and demonstration of our Digital Innovation Hub. You can just go to the next slide. So, as all of the digital innovation hubs, ours also depends on the, let's say, triangle between enterprises and public sector, and one of them is also the infrastructure, and the third one is, of course, the researchers. Why we chose to, let's say, create a digital innovation hub within the University of Maribor? Because we already had some, let's say, offices, and we of course have technologies, we of course have the know-how. I will also show you what expertise can our university have. We already had a lot of connections between research institutions, other which are not from the University of Maribor, with companies, with networks, etc. Also with technology parks, as those that are today with us here, etc. So we wanted to create an organization which will bring this cooperation and help the researchers and the economy on the next level. You can go to the next slide. Of course, our services are like the most of the digital innovation hubs. We provide, of course, skills and trainings, finance, innovation, business support, consulting, research for partners, community building, strategy development, promotion, etc. So I can just read them, but I will try to show you how in good practices we are actually executing these services. So you can go to the next slide. Why our Digital Innovation Hub is important? Because we have at our, let's say, at our hand and in our premises the following technologies of digitalization and experts which can deliver companies who are seeking support from these technologies. We can give them the support. We have the know-how, we have the laboratories, we have the researchers, we have good projects already implemented by these projects and the researchers, and we have also the infrastructure for this. I'm not gonna explain all of them because you know these, but of course this is cybersecurity, photonics, gamification, web services, Internet of Things, laser technology, location-based technologies, mass data, data mining. Can you go to the next slide, please? And there are many more, like cloud computing, simulation, supercomputing, software development, etc., etc. These are all technologies that we can put on the slide because we have at least a group of researchers and specialists who are experts in this field, have already worked on projects with economy on this field, and can support companies who seek support in this manner. You can go to the next slide. So what we are proud of also is that at the University of Maribor, in this faculty, we created a Center for AI. Why? It's nothing special, but when we made, let's say, internal analysis, who of our 2,000 researchers is working on the topic of AI, we came to the conclusion that there are more than 150 of us who are indirectly or directly working on AI. Of course, within various laboratories and groups, and the university made a conclusion to create a center for AI, connecting these research groups to actually emphasize this know-how much more. Can you go to the next slide? What we are also proud is that the university took a bold step and applying for an HPC donation from the government and from European Union. And from the last year, our university and our city hosts one of the most heavy HPC supercomputing, let's say, machines in Europe and in the world. We are, I think, the third in Europe, and I think some in 10 places in the world, or something like that. So this capacity, which is now being used by the researchers, is actually devoted for public uses. So 80% of these capacities of this HPC has to be provided for zero cost for public uses, and 20% can of course be also leveraged for companies, etc. So we are trying to emphasize and give this HPC to companies. But the main question is, for what can the company use this? Because a lot of companies, they heard about HPC, but they do not know why to use them and when to use them. So one of the best practices, which I will explain later on, is that we first had and are teaching these companies what HPC is really about. And where can they use them if they are from the agriculture domain, if they are from the health domain, if they are from the manufacturing domain. So we give them good practices from other countries and other companies, teach them how they can use HPC in order to give them an incentive for them to come to us and say, well, we want to try it also. Okay? Can you go one slide? And just a short intro into all of the experts and laboratories at our University of Maribor. Again, I'm not gonna name them all, but just for your information, like laboratory for microcomputing system, laboratory for programming methodologies, multimedia algorithms, etc. You can go one slide more. And there are many, many more. And again, there are a lot of know-how that we have at our disposal. So you can go to the next slide. Then there are a lot of projects which are, let's say, flagship projects of our university. Again, I'm not going to explain them to you because there are many more. We are, at least our faculty, not just the university, just our faculty can currently boast with more than 50 or Horizon projects which are currently running, and the university can, of course, say much more of them. So these are just few of them. You can skip few slides. This is FarmBeat, one of the projects. Another one you can go on is a humanoid robot which is being used at the clinical center of Maribor. You can go on a robotic arm which is being used in the manufacturing by some companies. You can go on. There's also a blockchain innovative project, and you can go on, etc. So how are we actually, and what is the role of Digital Innovation Hub? So one part is the know-how, the technology, the infrastructure which the companies need. But you need some services and some people who are going to actually give and connect companies and the know-how together. And this is the Digital Innovation Hub. And of course, we cannot do this alone because a lot of companies, we need, of course, also support from others. And these are all of the initiatives, networks that our Digital Innovation Hub is part of. And these are, for example, the HPC, the European Europe Network, Schodna, DSP Lab, the Slovenian Business Research Association, DHELP, etc., etc. So you can go on. And so, as you probably know, there is a big story about digital innovation hubs by the European Commission forced on. And you already know that the European Commission will, in the next 5 or 6 years, actually fund European digital innovation hubs. Each country will have at least one EDIH per NUTS2 region. In Slovenia we have 2, so we will probably have 2. In Slovenia we are competing, 3 candidates are competing for the nomination of a European digital innovation hub. Okay, so just to wake you up, raise hands all of you who know about the concept of European digital innovation hubs. Okay, great. So thank you. Just to give some bloodstream through your arms. Okay, so why is this important? Because University of Maribor realized that the East Cohesion region is underdeveloped and we need to do something. And our approach was that we take the matter in our hands and we created a consortium of partners which together we applied for this candidature. Why is this important and a best practice already, which I'm telling you now, because if you go on to the next slide, this is a consortium of just 7 partners. We're not 50, we're not 35, we're not 100 like other consortium for EDICs, we're just 7. But we are 7 established and running this. And this was one of our requirements. You could join our consortium if you already were a DIH, and if you already supported and executed actions in this manner. Why? Because we want to be as much as effective as possible. However, a digital innovation hub is just a network. This way, behind these names, behind these 7 names, you will find, of course, maybe 30, 50, or 100 partners of those DIHs. but they are not part of the network because it would be, at least from our perspective, not effective as we wanted it to be. So the only partners are the DIHs, which support, and if you can go to the next slide, just one more, and sorry. So these are all of the networks that we are part of, and we are part of a lot of, let's say, strategic research partnerships. We are part of a lot of projects. We have connections with the public administrations. We have, within our consortium, the UNESCO International Research Center for AI. We have the Startup Europe within our premises, etc. So these are all the networks and partners which are not directly, but through our DIHs, parts of our consortium as such. Can you go to the one slide more? And these are the targets that we want to tackle. So our first targets, and the most important, are SMEs, and of course then we want also to tackle also the public administration, because we need to learn the public administration what digitalization is. So then next time when we talk to them how to create strategies for digitalization, that they actually understand us, because currently they do not understand everything. But this is also one of our things to do. We can also go to the next slide. So what is the focus of our DIH is that we want to focus on artificial intelligence per se, with the support of our HPC superpower computing, which we have at our premises, and of course including cybersecurity, advanced digital skills, and other technologies which we can, and domains which we can support. You can go on. So what are the unique selling points? When we were thinking about what are we selling as a consortium of 7 existing DIHs, we realized that there's nothing unique except for that we are a consortium of 7 DIHs, not companies and other institutions. And we realized that we need to bring to the table something special. And we spent a half a year thinking what this could be. And this is it. What we propose is that we will create, when we get the funding from the European Commission, and we know we will get it, it's the DGC e-commerce platform, it's the virtual agent, it's the live agent, it's the digital emergency hotline, and it's the DGC Academy. So why this? Because this DIH is meant for SMEs. And SMEs are, let's say, CTOs, CEOs of small companies. These are companies with 1, 2, or maybe 50 people, okay? And they are from various domains. They want to be digitalized. If you are 50 people, if you are 2 people, you are struggling to survive. You may have more or less money, but you're still struggling to survive. You don't have time to digitalize yourself as easily as possible, and more of, you don't know what to digitalize, what to change. So you need some hotline or an academy where you can do this, let's say, in asynchronous way, okay? And when you then need more support, you will then call an agent. These are our proud partners of our digitalization hubs, which will then do the work and help to actually go one step further. Can you go next? This is just the structure, how will we conclude this or execute this, but the most important part, forget about the before package name, just see the skills and training. What we propose is that we will, in the first year, execute, Maya can correct me, but I think it's 50 or 100 so-called demystification seminars. Demystification on AI, demystification on HPC, demystification on cybersecurity. So this will be public seminars for public administration and SMEs. They will be free for them, or they will pay maybe 5 or 10% to come. Why is this important? We will do this at a huge pace because we need to learn these people what these technologies are so they understand why they need us and why they need this technology. So that was the first thing. And after that, we can start playing with the test before invest mindset, that they start getting funding and try to bootstrap and do something with their own hands and with our help. You can go on. So let's skip it because I'm already too much. So what are the best practices? Because it was asked for me to give you the best practices. First, for organizing the dialogue. We realized that even if you are still not an ED, we are actually 7 DIHs. And we are already executing once per year, at least, one so-called DGC community days. These are 1 or 2 days events where a lot of things are happening, but the main focus is that we, at these digital community days, we want to give a flash to the community what we can give them. We showcase good practices, what we are doing with other companies. We are showcasing technologies that we can support them. We bring to the table research who explain these projects and technologies, etc. Another good practice is that we are actually, at these local events, learn about services, etc. And we participate in projects which are giving cascade funding. And in this way, we can support these companies already, even though we are not ADs. Can you go on? Strategies for engagement. Of course, there are a lot of them, but first of all, conducting personal presentations is the main thing. What we are already doing for the last 2 years, we have visited 60 companies directly, personally, went to them, went to their premises, looked what they are doing, and presented to them where we can help them on our own cost. Their only cost was their time to listen and to them to explain to us what they need. And this was the first step. In this way, we gain their trust and we gain this personal experience. One of the strategies for engagement are also the connection with the European Europe Network, the Chamber of Commerce in Slovenia, which help us with promoting of these activities. And you can go on. And of course, there are a lot of digitalization. There is no digitalization without digital support. And we have created 2 separate. Why? Because one of them is the web page and web portal of the Digital Innovation Hub, where we are connecting and showcasing all the technologies, all the projects, all the experts who can companies help. It's a matchmaking platform for companies. And then we have also a separate, the initial ADDGC platform for the unique selling points which we already explained. This is the live agent, the e-commerce platform, etc., etc. And if you can go on. And how do we mobilize private funding for the companies? Well, we do that by cooperating with the European Enterprise Europe Network. We are leveraging the Podium Conference, which you may know or not, but it's actually running today and tomorrow, and if you should have time, you should also visit it. It's here in Maribor. It's one of the most important startup events in this part of Europe. So we are leveraging this conference, we are sending companies there, and we are supporting them to find investment also at Podium. And we are leveraging our own university incubator. We are leveraging incubators from the technology parks in Ljubljana or in Maribor, and we are leveraging also other accelerators. So if you can go on. And the best practice, we need to survive. And I mean as a survive, not as researchers and the faculty, our digital innovation hubs and our staff needs to survive, because these are the people who help the companies, not the researchers. And how do we get funded? Well, we need to be innovative, and we already actually got 4 Horizon projects with which we are, of course, or let's say indirectly funding these operations, and we know we will need to do this continuously to survive and help support the companies in this manner. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you kindly, Dr. Tukanovic, and I do stand corrected. You really are the most innovative that I know of, and I was following what was going on, but through this presentation I saw that there's much more than I was aware of. So thank you. For our next speaker, I would like to present Dr. Emilia Stomenova-Duh. She is the head of 4PD at the University of Ljubljana, which we already heard a little bit about now in this cooperation between Slovenian regions. And also, she is the Minister of Digital Transformation in the new Slovenian government. So please, Dr. Stomenova.
And I'm alumni of this faculty actually, so I'm always happy to be here. Thanks a lot, Borut, for the invitation. You are visiting our Digital Innovation Hub tomorrow, so today I will only present how it started, what the partnership is about, so also our team, and more about our actual activities you will learn from my colleagues tomorrow in Ljubljana. So, public-private people partnership. A colleague of mine always makes jokes what for PDIH means. It means Digital Innovation Hub for people. because for us digital transformation is something that needs to serve people in the first place, because either we're speaking about companies or public administration or whatsoever, we have to have in mind that we are trying to use digital technologies to help the employees, the communities, and so on and so on. So if we can move to the next slide. Here, maybe just how it all started. This was a natural growth. So the Laboratory for Telecommunications at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering at the University of Ljubljana, this is where I am employed currently, I need to get used to. And we started working in 2012, bringing the infrastructure, digital infrastructure into the rural community. So we started with Interact Europe project, and we were working always with the Ministry of Public Administration, because for us our main goal was to convince the public administrations of the ministries, the policymakers, why we need digital infrastructure. So once we were successful, I don't know if you have the numbers, but when it comes to coverage with internet, Slovenia is above the European average. So although we still have some spots where there is no, of course, infrastructure, but still most of our regions are very well covered with internet. So once we were successful in that, our next step was how to use this internet. So we started working on another project where we were suggesting digital services that can help the community. So basically we started first with the communities, also with the University of Maribor. We were working in projects like smart cities, smart villages, and so on. We were suggesting digital services that are important for the communities. And this is how in 2015 we were working with the European Commission, and we saw that the digital innovation hubs are really the model that can be used in our territories to bring the digital transformation on a much higher level. We started first collaborating together also with the university and several other partners in Digital Innovation Hub Slovenia. After that, together with the Association of Municipalities and Towns of Slovenia, we created this partnership, public-private people partnership for PDIH, because maybe the focus of Digital Innovation Hub Slovenia, in our opinion, was maybe too much focused on the companies only, and what we wanted to do is to have a broader view. So for us it was important also to include the communities. So we can move to the next slide now. Why I'm putting my team on the slide? Because we are at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering. And here I'm the only engineer, so electrical engineer.
Number one.
Yeah, this is why it says because I was the first female associate professor at our department, and I didn't find any other picture where all my team was here, so that's why I use this one. What I want to say is that digital transformation, this is also my main message always, it's not about technology, but it's about the cultural transformation. So in my team, of course there are other people with technical background, but there are also people with economical background, there are people coming from social sciences, there are people, I don't know, for example, tourism sector, we have a doctor of philosophy in philosophical sciences, so digital transformation is much, much more than just technology. We are using the technology, but our main goal is really to build sustainable communities. So we can move now. This is how we are structured. We have 4 main pillars. One is the private sector. Then we have the educational sector, and when we are speaking about education, we have everything from elementary schools, then high schools, then we have the universities covered, and also digital skills for the people that are out of the educational system. So here basically we're dealing with the digital competencies, we need a lot of service with the teachers, with the schools, so what is the current state, what needs to be done. We are using a lot of digital competence framework, so how we can empower our citizens with the digital skills that are needed in this world. Then we have public administration. So I also don't know, but if you are aware of that in Slovenia we have a very good e-government. But the problem is that most of the people are not even aware what services are there. And another thing is that they're not, they don't have the skills, they don't know how to use these services. And this is, so basically on national level we have good e-government services, and on local level this is not the case. So we are working both on national level and we're working also on local level with the municipalities. This is also why we have a partnership with the Association of Municipalities and Towns. And then the communities, and here in the communities actually are the NGOs, are different associations, because a lot of times they're volunteering in projects, but nobody sees their efforts. So we have a pillar also dedicated to them, and I want really to state that this is not by priorities. So this doesn't mean that the private sector is priority number one and so on and so on. So for us, they're all equally important. And if, for example, Digital Innovation Hub Slovenia is working more with the companies in terms of SMEs, so Muhammad very well represented what they're doing with how they were collecting the needs and so on and so on. We are also working in several projects where we have different tools, so how they can measure the maturity. Also, we have several Horizon projects where they're able to receive additional funding for their digital transformation processes. And what is very important for us is that we're working with the traditional sector. So my first message for today was that digital transformation is not only about technology, but it's about the change of the mindset. And the second question is that the chain is as weak as its weakest link. So, which means that we cannot be very strong on some sectors, for example, ICT or energy, and then we can be very bad in a traditional sector like, I don't know, for example, agriculture. So for us it is important that each industry really gets the benefits from the digital transformation. So we can move forward. This is a very small diagram, how you will see how we are trying to somehow connect everything together. So here you will have the factories, the industry, then we have the educational institutions, the communities, and another thing that is very important is the data. We put a lot of focus on data, also on open data. We're trying to educate the municipalities why it is important to collect data, how to collect this data, how to use this data as well. So we were working with them, we were helping them, because in Slovenia we have open data portal that is the Ministry of Public Administration was collecting this data, and the municipalities didn't really understand the benefits of why they need to provide their data, so we were educating them, we were providing good examples, so Jure tomorrow will explain you more. On our webpage, we have best cases of different municipalities around the world. For us, it is also very important to show adapted cases. So, because most of the times when we are speaking about smart cities, then people come with examples from Barcelona, from London, and this is not the case. You saw Slovenia, this is a small country, you can see our cities are much slower, so not all the services that are available in the big cities can be really transferred here. So we are trying to find cases that are adaptable for Slovenia. So here on the next slide there is a short video. I don't know if we are able to show this video. No, no problem.
No
problem.
Share it at the end of the presentation.
Maybe if the people have, you probably have their email, so you can just share with them. Yeah.
During the break.
Okay. Okay. So,
Or
but
at the end of your presentation.
no problem at all. So the main idea in this video is really we are showing what are the industries in the front and why we need really to work with everybody. This comes when we are speaking about the industries, the different sectors, when we are speaking about the digital competencies and so on and so on. So we had a lot of discussion at the European Commission and several European projects that Europe needs to do something about digital transformation, and they need to invest in the intensive sectors. But our point was always, please don't forget the ones in the back. Don't forget about the rural communities. Don't forget about the traditional sector, because otherwise you're just widening the digital gap, and this is not what we want to do. Yes. Inclusive and successful digital transformation. We put a lot of effort on this, on the inclusivity. So I already mentioned this is also can be seen in the video, that we need to really involve everybody in this. We need to involve both men and women, both young and old people, both people coming from rural territories, people coming from urban territories. So we must not forget about anyone if we really want to be successful in the digital transformation processes. Okay, so this is just one of the examples. So all about the tools and everything you will see later today, tomorrow. But this is just one of the examples we are currently working on. It's about digitalization in agriculture. We work with 5 farms across Slovenia, 7 farms, 5 in the west and 2 here, close to Maribor. We are trying to use Internet of Things technology to show how digital transformation can reduce the impact on the environment, because we are trying to be as effective as possible when it comes to fertilizers. This is the first main point, and the second one is to provide better products. So we started working with young farmers, and at the beginning, I need to say the whole story, because they were like, okay, we don't need this, we have our own methods. But then it was a long process, first explaining them what digitalization means, then what kind of connectivity they need on their farms, and most importantly, what they can gain out of that. So when they understood what we mean with digital transformation and digitalization, they were very enthusiastic. So now they are using the data coming from the sensors, and they're planning all their measures, all their work in the vineyard using this data. What is even more important for us is that they're coming with their own ideas why they would like to use this technology, and they're really they're trying to suggest new ways how they can use this technology. So they're not afraid anymore of the technology, and they can really see the benefits out of that. So one is the sensors, and the other thing is the new business models that are able, because of the digital transformation. So this picture is from the COVID times, when it was not able, when we were not able to visit the winemakers. So they were having virtual wine tasting, and they were still in contact with their customers. What we did last year is we organized a European wine tasting event where there were farmers from Spain, from France and Slovenia, and we had people all around Europe where they were able to taste our wine. So they were they even extended their markets, and they were not closed in their own region. So this is just the beginning. I just wanted for you to get acquainted with the Digital Innovation Hub, but more about the tools and everything you will learn from my team tomorrow in Ljubljana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stomenova. And now he was already giving a welcome speech as the co-host. This time, Dr. Tamas Julaj will present the National Network of Digital Innovation Hubs, which are supported through the EU projects. And he is the representative and the president of the RINIO, the Regional Innovation Agency of South Great Plain from Szeged, Hungary. I think it would be also a good position to see how it is developed in different countries, different regions. So please, Dr. Julaj.
as you already mentioned, I am director of the Regional Innovation Agency in Hungary, but my speech will be focusing mostly on the international cooperation part, as EURADA has been offering very good help to our organization, and I think I will show it to you in my presentation. First slide, please. Just a short introduction to the agency itself. It is an organization which has been created several years ago, and it has been the coordinator of innovative actions on the regional level in Hungary. And very importantly, the creation of a digital innovation hub function has been done with the support of EURADA in the last years, and this helped us to develop SME supporting services with international partners. Next slide, please. Just a short overview of different projects and partners, and it is somewhat similar to what have been described in the first presentation, a network of organizations which focus on SMEs. Next slide, please. And of course, the European Digital Innovation Hub function is very important in all European countries, and it has been quite important that the national policies are influencing the development of the European DIC network, and each country can have a different approach. As the slide shows, in Hungary, the European Digital Innovation Hub network will be a centralized one. I mean that thematic focus describes each of the candidates, which means that the local DIH need to find a possible way of cooperation. And this is what we are doing on national level. Next slide, please. You probably know this slide. It was this scheme. It was originally developed by TNO and has been used in various occasions to promote the networking function between DIH, and the rightmost part is what is presently under elaboration, under establishment by European Union support. So what we do in Hungary, next slide please. I only wanted to highlight a few European projects that particularly was important for bringing national network of DIH in Hungary. You see that there are projects where the local digital innovation hubs are partner, and they are bringing on board other innovation hubs from the same country. I think it's a very useful approach. We have seen that in the first presentation that in Slovenia it has been already established. In Hungary it's only under elaboration at the moment, but the logic is the same. The DIH that you see on the slide are in various parts of Hungary, southeast, northwest. So I can foresee that within a year or two, Hungary can have a similar DIH network than Slovenia already has. So this knowledge transfer is practically implemented within European projects. And I think that this digital working group that we are now present can be a good forum for presenting such type of knowledge. Next slide, please. Just a few information about these projects that I mentioned. How it is possible to bring together digital innovation hubs and companies. One example is the meta building project. As you see on the slide, it brings together different countries, and the cascade funding is another tool that helps the cooperation or strengthens the cooperation between DIH and also between DIH and companies. So the open call is targeting joint projects by DIH and companies, and as you see, there are two calls, two rounds of call. The second one is open at the moment, and there are several already successfully implemented projects. Next slide, please. Another example is the DIH World project. You have seen that this is a particularly useful program for providing tools and practical opportunities for DIH to develop or further develop their services. The first round of call, the summary is on the slide, has already targeted various sectoral transformation areas. Next slide, please. And the second open call is actually open. So if you are representing DIH or companies, you can find practical open possibility at the moment, and the website is available. So why all these things are important? Because if we want to raise awareness of awareness among SMEs, there is no better possibility than presenting good and successfully implemented use cases where companies and DIH work together, and I think that both projects already testified. And I didn't go into detail of the DIH Square because I think that the next part of the event will give you information about that. So my last slide, my last slide is here because in the second presentation today from Emilia, you have seen that technology is not all. Humans are important, people are important. So this is a project of ours where social innovation is also on the agenda. The title is Responsible Research and Innovation, and again, we are working on these issues in close cooperation with European partners. So, and if you are interested, of course, this is open innovation, so the different events or online trainings that we develop are not constrained to the 4 partner regions, but rather are available for EURADA members or members of this digitalization working group. So whoever is practically interested in the topic itself, I am ready to give you more information. But my concluding few sentences are that I tried to show you that digital innovation hubs can cooperate on national or even cross-border level, even if the national policy is not primarily targeting these type of issues. It is enough that we are working along the European policy guidelines, and we try to use the opportunities that are offered by European programs, and if we are successful, we are sure that the European Digital Innovation Hub will have a role in Hungary as well, together with us as local partners who are ready to cooperate on national and on transnational level as well. And my last word is, as EURADA representative, is that all these issues will be discussed at the Agorada event early June, a couple of weeks' time. So I encourage you to take a look at the EURADA website, and not only as an online event, it can be interesting because the personal contacts are very important, not only for SMEs, but also among the DIH community. So I thank you very much for your attention. I think there are no more slides, so only my contact details. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you kindly, Dr. Julai. Now, are there any questions from the audience?
Yes, maybe.
Yes.
It's for Thomas. And first of all, thank you so much for this inspirational presentation that you gave us. I would like to ask about the second call that you mentioned, because I read that the consortium has been created by one SME and one DIH, right? So is it necessary that they are from the same country or region, or what is the
Okay, so about the polls.
Thank you for the question. It is an important point because we strongly encourage that digital innovation hubs work together with SMEs, not only within their own country, but also in other countries. Which means that projects where the DIH and the SME are from two different countries are strongly encouraged. Nevertheless, we allow also projects where DIH and SME is from the same country, because probably a lot of this type of cooperations are already ongoing, so we do not want to exclude them. But I emphasize again that cross-border or transnational function of the DIH system is very important. Therefore, we are not only encouraging DIH and SMEs to find partners in other regions, other countries, but we as you are the working group can help find the relevant partners also in other countries. So and also the DIH World Help Desk is ready to help in this matchmaking process.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Now, we still have some time left, so if there's maybe any online questions.
We don't have currently any questions.
Currently, no questions. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, please.
Yeah, just a quick question to Mario, because you were talking about the teaching that you give to companies related to HPC. So maybe if you could elaborate, what kind of support do you provide to them? Mentoring support? Do you provide some sort of trainings?
Can I please ask you to come here for the people online so they can see you? Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so thank you for the question. Sure. So the first step is that we visit the company in this manner, and an HPC assessment is actually performed. Meaning there are this is a specific questionnaire which consists of various questions which are with the goal to identify if HPC is what they need and where at what process they need. And through this questionnaire, there is also this communication executed where you learn more, our operatives learn more about where and what they need. And then the next step would be that there are like, within the EuroCC project, we have like experts who can then be assigned to this company and help them to actually then, based on this feedback from the assessment, continue on use this technology in, let's say, direct manner. Or if they don't know how yet to do it, of course, still this EuroCC project has a lot of these, let's say, online and of course live sessions where they learn companies and experts how to use HPC in this manner. So depending on what this assessment returns, then you or we, let's say to them, you need more, let's say, time to study how to use HPC, or you already have experts who know something, we can go and try to use it in a session or two.
Thank you.
For me?
So, one more question, yes?
Let me do it.
I have a question for you, because you mentioned already that you're active in some also extremely focusing on AI. So there's this Horizon call opening in 16th of June, I believe. It's about AI, data, and robotics for industry optimization. Are you aiming to do a project in that respect?
I think it was actually right now that we were looking at this call and discussing that we will try to apply for it. Yeah. So if we can maybe discuss it later. And
Yes.
Only about the service from HPC, for example, where we have another DH in Extremadura, a Digital Innovation Hub, and we have a big supercomputer. Interesting for the service about test before invest with the enterprise in HPC. You test some service?
So we realized that we need to promote HPC. And one of our, as you know, when you apply for an HDIC, you need to provide a service list. And one of these services that we provide within the Test Before Invest package is like, first of all, is, let's say, I forgot the real name, but test with us the HPC. So what we give as a service is we provide to the companies a free, let's say, tutorial, 4 or 5 hours or 1 or 2 days, depending what they choose, how to use HPC. So this is what we give them. And so what is paid with this service for the companies, of course they do not pay anything, but it's in this budget of the project. So they get an expert who gives them and shows them how they can use HPC. And if they then want additional usage, then we have other, let's say, services in the Test Before Invest packages, like, let's say, prototyping with HPC. Again, prototyping with HPC has a budget of like 5 to 10,000 euros, and it entitles you this budget. So with this budget, you then choose, with our help, the right experts. You already know the basics of HPC. You have a limited access to HPC, and then you can, for this budget, try to prototype it. And then again, if you are, let's say, successful and you like the idea of what you have done with the experts, then we have other Test Before Invest against services, which are like, go to the MVP, which again gives you another, let's say, 10,000 euros, which entitles you again with some other services, with either infrastructure, using the HPC, or with the experts. So there are these like steps depending where you are on your assessment and knowledge on HPC, but it's never meant that you do with them the full exploration. So it's always like just, let's say, like this cookies for them, okay? Because it's just test before you invest. So they get these, in order to spare their funds and time, they get some knowledge, idea how they can use it, and after that they are out of the scope of a DHH services. They then need to be connected with either companies who can support them fully from there on, or be it our researchers. That's the approach we took with the idea.
Okay. Thank you kindly for the questions. Now, we are a little bit ahead of schedule, but still I think if there are no more questions, we can go to the break. So the break is until 11:45. I would just like to make a small comment. There was a mistake on the agenda about the roundtable sessions. They will be run in parallel, both. Oh no, okay, it's correct, okay, sorry.
No, it's not.
Okay,
It's
okay. It's parallel, that's why the people attending have to decide on which roundtable they will be. Okay? So, sorry, it's already, okay. So a break until 11:45. Thank you for the questions. Thank you to the presenters of the first round. And then we will go on with Mr. Walensky. Thank you.
Josh, tigres.
Okay, hello everybody. We are back now after the break. So there is a few small changes. First of all, for the better communication, also for the online channel, the shotgun microphones are turned on, so more of the sounds from the room will also be heard because there were problems with questions and so on before. And also there's a little change with the presentations. We just changed the order a little bit, so I would like to introduce now first Mr. Matej Borko. He comes from Komunikacije prihodnosti, Communications of the Future, and they have over 10 years of field experience. So to just summarize what we have heard before, we heard that there is a lot of knowledge being gathered, a lot of support being offered, but there is also this problem, like we heard the speakers before, that the people in the field don't actually know what to do with this. It has to be explained to them what digitalization is, how they can apply it in their business, what to do with it. And this is what our next speaker is the expert in, because that's what they are doing. They come from the field and they are actually going in this process with an SME, a big company, and help them go through all the steps. So please, Mr. Borko, if you can say a bit more about this.
Thank you. So, please, next slide. So, just a moment. Next slide. So, okay. So, first of all, I like to say a few words about our company. I have been working in telecommunications for 20 years, and after a lot of research projects, we knew that we have to go to next step. So we believe that digital transformation is the new start of a lot of opportunities. So here is something we have to talk today. So challenges of digital business and digital strategy. We believe that digital strategy is the first step of the digital transformation. So please. There's some basic information about us. So please. Next. So some reference about me, and this here is the challenges of the digital business. So please. Next. So here, digital economy has some new experience. So that means that it's new forms of digital business. That means that a lot of change is in market, new competition. So that's the digital economy in the future. So please, next slide. And we talk about this definition about digital transformation. There's one. Here is one definition, which means that this is the process. New digital process of using digital technologies to create a new business process, culture, and and new business models. So this is just one of the theory, but important is that technology is not the only element of the digital transformation. But we have to, in the next slide, we will see that there's 8 areas. So here's just a few elements. We heard this before, and so big data, AI, virtual reality, and something. That means this is all about the technology. And please let's go to the to the digital strategy. So I believe that this is the first step to all the companies needs to put the digital strategy to the paper, and this is the first step to do the real digital transformation in the next 3 to 5 years.
But
So, yes.
if I may, let's imagine that I'm an SME.
Yes.
I'm already doing something.
Yes.
I know what I'm doing.
Yes.
Why should I even bother making this digital strategy to prepare this document if it's already my business? I know what it's
Yes.
all about.
Because all the companies understand just a few steps and a few key areas. So they believe that if you are working on new technologies, this is enough, but it's not. Then if you work in the new process, it's enough. No, it's not. You have to every time you have to understand about the user experience. This is the first and the most important step. And for the companies is the most important thing digital culture. So that's not so, because people are this process is like, you know, when you have a new technology or a new process, this is a revolution. So you can buy a new technology and so on, and you start, I don't know, in one month with a new process. But when you talk about the digital culture or digital experience of customers, that means this is evolution. So it's process. You have to start here now to have the results in, I don't know, 1-2 years. So this is very important. So maybe will be, you see here are some steps how we are working with companies. So we have to, you know, all the time, why is digital strategy so important? Because it open our minds, and then we think we are not thinking like black box, you know, like this is the only problem we have now. So please, maybe next slide. So here is these key areas of digital strategy. So this is important, because when we talk with directors or IT experts or something like that, they think that digital strategy is only one of those key areas. So maybe digital technologies. But it's not. So it's all of those 7 or 8, you know, because Industry 4.0 is not for all the companies, but it is for industry. So, but the other 7 is for all services that companies have. So what is this key area? So customer experience. We all know that customer experience is the main goal for our company. So that means that customer has to be satisfied, and that this is you know, like key area. But also then is the digital technologies. We also talk about digital technologies. What are digital technologies? So we believe we all know what are those technologies. Then is new process, so digital solutions for the process. After that is new digital business models, products and services. So you cannot do the digital transformation without new services in the future, because after in 4 to 5 years, I believe that 90% of services will be digital. So it has to be new models. After that, you know, it's new digital jobs. You know, this is very important for new people who are studying at the moment and will work in 3 to 5 years. So at the moment, we don't have jobs like 10, 20 years ago. So digital transformation put this to very important key area. After that is digital culture. We talk about that. So it is very important that people in company or vendors or buyers understand the culture of digital transformation. Because we have in big companies, this is very difficult. You know, when one person said, "Why I have to do this? Because in, I don't know, next 4 or 5 months I will have all the problems." Yes, it's true, but in year 2 or 3 you can survive. Without that you cannot. So that's very important. And after that, there is this cybersecurity. So every services in future in digital transformation has the challenge of this cybersecurity. And after that, in this industry 4.0, now it's industry 5.0. So it just means that it's not just technology for industry 4.0. It's also the people who think how to work with this new services and new process and new technology. So please,
but
yes.
you say now that I'm looking at this and listening to you.
Yes.
If I were this imaginary SME,
Yes.
I would be worried. It would seem very overwhelming. Like it's a lot of things that my SME hasn't thought about, and you are actually taking me through these steps.
Yes.
So do you do it on your own? Do you have support?
No,
of other organizations?
no. We are talking. You know, we have the. Go to the next slide, please. So why we think what is the most important? The most important is that we have the current situation analyzed. So in the first, when you are the company which work, I don't know, something new, then we have the first conversation or first meeting, and after that I will say, okay, please, we have to analyze where we are now. So that means like when you go to the doctor, you have to have the diagnostic, because if you don't this in the real, you have problem in the future. So this is the first step. After that, we go all those for all those areas. So that means you have to put the analyze to all those areas where you are now. And after that, I will ask you where you want to be in 5 years. So that's the point. And after that, we are going together doing this digital strategy, because digital strategy is the document about 3 to 5 years. And after that, when you have strategy, we are going to do action plans. That action plans are I don't know, for next 12 months. It's more, you know, like details. So that means you have to do the real action plan. But strategy is just, you know, like big document that you understand where you want to be in the next 3 to 5 years.
So basically, I come to you with the vision how I would like my company to change. Then we develop it together,
yes,
in the strategy,
yes,
and then you take me through the steps of the action plan, how I actually achieve
yes.
Great support.
We are trying to do this because we have a lot of different companies. We have startups, we have also big companies with 3, 4, 5,000 people. So that means that this strategy is, you know, it's different when you work the strategy for the big company or to the you know, like startup or something like that. But in the basic, they all need those 7 or 8 key areas. So the company cannot say its strategy with just 2 key areas. No, it cannot go. So that means that it is the basic thing that every company should do this in the future.
So basically, you're also helping the companies with strategic thinking.
Yes.
Because that's one of the things that most companies are lacking.
Of course. So that means that some companies has vision, some company has just goals, some companies has just I don't know, maybe problems. You know, it's different. You know, but we have to talk. You know, it's not like we are coming. Hello, we will solve your problem and coming in 6 months and put the strategy. No, it's not going like that. You know, it's conversation. It's a lot of you know. Yes.
But as an SME, I'm also very interested. Can you give me an example of who you actually helped in the past? How
Yes,
it worked?
maybe next slide. Here is some here our partners. So here you can see that we have big companies like Henkel, Iskra, Pošta Slovenia, Post A1. But also, you know, we have companies with some special solutions. So that means Nomnia is company which produce IoT solutions. That means IoT platforms for different usage. That means for smart metering, smart watering, and something like that. So that means also for smart cities. Then Globetail Holding, its company with the new revolution Air Triple Play solutions. That means this is a company which has you know, innovation in global market for Africa, for America. That means that they put cable internet in the high frequencies. So that means you know, different. It's innovation, high level innovation. And after that, there's Sphere IT. It's company for cyber security. Experts from Maribor. That means that we have not just to put our strategy. We have strategy is the first step. After that is action plan, and after that is digital transformation. And digital transformation, you have to, you know, you can work with your own vendors, or you can work with our vendors just to support some things. It doesn't mean that we create all the digital transformation for company. You know, that's not possible. But we know all those areas with some detailed experts, so they know what is new technologies, what is cyber security, what is digital culture, what is research, what is innovation. So that means that we have a lot of connect companies. So that's so.
Well, thank you kindly.
That's it.
You have definitely convinced me as a potential SME owner to thank you, because you have the experience, and the things that you don't know, you know who does.
Of course.
So I don't have to look for every expert. I can just trust you, and then you will connect me.
Yes,
so
of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr. Dvorko. And now for our last speaker of this session, it's Mr. Bodo Zrin from the Technology Park of Pomurje. And he actually has 2 points now. First, he will present the DIH squared network, local evangelists for robotics D module, and then the external call for the DIH squared networks. So please.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm coming from Pomurje Technology Park. At the same time, DIH Smart Manufacturing. We are also, like heard before, part of the EDIH, one of the candidates under Emilia Stoimenov-Duh, 4P. And I would like to present basically a case where Slovenia actually benefits from various options or possibilities of funding through grants, specific technologies development, and particularly, like you saw this DIH square logo, it means that we are co-sponsoring this event. how did we actually get involved in this project? Basically, we registered as a Pomorje Technology Park in JRC at the European Commission, where we were like registered like DAH in 2018, and that's how we got part of the story of a huge consortium of the partners, 26 of them, in the project called DAH Square. Can we move on, please? Okay, before I go to the case, I will just present very shortly about the DAH network, DAH Square network, which is basically the frame for the story of experiments that we are going to present. And it's about the fact that in Europe we have like 300,000 manufacturing SMEs, and the technologies that are currently available in robotics, automation are actually getting available to them. So we are looking for solutions that are basically applicable by pretty much all sector, and at the same time it's getting more and more accessible due to the price going down and the mass of the solutions. Further on, please. The project addresses these topics that I already mentioned about the troubles that we have. So this network of DAH Square shall somehow be a place or community where you get the competence, where you can search for your, let's say, suppliers, technology providers, and through these testings we somehow started to create kind of a marketplace which will be a sustainable part of this network, and it will be available for all interested parties. And it's about the fact that Europe is fighting or competing with the China and America and Japan, and lately as the, let's say, robotic producers were bought by Chinese companies, this is kind of a leverage, financial leverage, which makes Europe or the rest of the world vulnerable. For example, KUKA robots were bought by them. So when we talk about the robots, it's one thing, but when we talk about the software, also software can be a leverage for the owners. So Europe decided to foster something like idea of getting similar platform like Android or something like that. It's basically fostered through the Fiverr, which is a part of these experiments. So let's move on. And like I said, the DAH Square is basically a complex story. It's not just about particular technology transfer program, which is kind of a scouting for these building bricks in software connections between certain sensors and connectivity, but also about the standardization. Like I said, it should be like iOS or Android sooner or later. Basically, that's the ultimate goal. It's about basically getting SMEs in the manufacturing ability to be agile, so to react to the different needs of the customers, and it brings some kind of a regulation to the let's say protocols or standards which are applicable in robotic operating systems. So, like I said, these technology transfer experiments are actually kind of a tool for the network to collect the capacity of innovative disruptive technologies in robotics, and for that they can be kind of rewarded. The first stage of the project was basically somehow building up the community with all the other back stories. Then the very big part of it is actually the TTA's program. This is Technology Transfer Program, which means that we should move from research into industry for testings. And this is something that it really has to happen. So basically it will be a pilot that will be functioning. And for that you have like 10 months. Move on. So basically what you get, it's equity-free funding. It's up to 248,000 for the experiment, and later on you will be able to connect with the private investors for up to $500,000. The story is that basically you have a consortium of the partners, you will see in the case, where you have a technology provider and basically SME who gave you the challenge. The technology provider has the basically opportunity to meet with these investors for various purposes, but the point is to scale up their technologies or to, let's say, make them visible on the map of technology providers. And then you have this support of RAM where you can find these typical building bricks that you can use for your solution. How it's done, basically you apply, there are like 2 calls, both of them are already finished, and there was an idea to select 26 of these good stories. One of the project partners stepped out from Denmark, and therefore we have like 25 of them. So the story goes like you apply, you are evaluated by different experts coming from the robotics and fireware and industry. It's a typical application. Basically, you have the excellence to prove, then you have the impact which the solution will have, and then you have the implementation. So when you are passing this jury day selection, where you get already 3.5 lump sum for participating to that event, then it starts big business if you are selected. So you get like 8 months for this lab to start functioning, and you make it executable. And then there is, like I said, 2 months more for the technology providing company that does this scale up. And among options that you can use are actually vouchers for the external experts in ethics and legal aspects, which is very important when you talk about the IPR that it's created here. And then you have the support when you go to the market next. So this was basically the idea of the project related to the technology experiment. Here I will just brag a bit that Slovenia, despite of the fact it has only 2 million population, we were kind of very successful actually in applying. Despite the fact that Fiverr is pretty unknown platform in Slovenia, it was previously used only in public sector, let's say tenders, but now it moves slowly to the industry. So we have had like 10 initial applications in the first round. Unfortunately, we are not successful. But at the second call, there were like 4 submitted, and 3 passed to the stage of pitching, and 1 was selected. The D-mode, which is basically the story that I'm going to present, although also the others were quite good stories for me. So what we do in our technology park, basically, we are looking for further funding opportunities for them. We didn't let them go. We already know for sure that this sauna factory stuff is ongoing with the same partner for national funding. Further on. So the problem of the challenge, sorry, there is no problem, there's challenge always, or issue, politely said, right? It's about the huge molding, basically production of plastic parts. They can be even put around some metal parts or electronic devices, nevertheless. It's a company from Škofja Loka, Polycom, and they have like a line of these molding machines. The problem is that usually they produce mid to big size series where you have like monitoring issue of quality of the pieces that are coming out. So then you need to move them or sort them first, divide which parts are good or which are bad. So there is a first stage that you can check something or automatize, sorry. And then the second stage is basically that you bring these to the warehouse, you put them into the warehouse, and there is a whole fleet of these vehicles that are automatically moving. And basically not only that they are taking parts that are falling out of the machine, but also they are bringing tools to be installed on the machines. So basically there's a whole fleet of such vehicles. And that was the challenge of the company. We are going to do it as a pilot on 1 single machine, but you can imagine that they have like 100 such machines. Please go on. Again, who are the partners, technology partners? We have here 2, basically Tecos, which is the cluster of, for the tool making, and the Flexido, which is kind of a spin-out company, and they are specialized in such solutions, and they are capable of, let's say, doing it in Fiverr platform. Further on, like I said, Polycom is the company that does, also alone they have their own production of the machinery and tools, yet they are using external experts. Please move on. So this is basically the case, how it should look like. It's a beautiful picture. You have a molding machine where you have this conveyor belt that brings out the pieces. They are dropping to some space or place, and then they are visualized by the vision eye, machine eye vision. And then there is a robot hand that should separate which are good and wrong, and upon the quality of counted pieces or by the weight or whatever, these how is it called, boxes actually, they are then immediately informing the system that a vehicle like this one in the middle should come and pick up the tray or this box and take it to the vertical storage. So we have several, let's say, moments here. There are 3 actually coming out: visual, picking and placing, and then driving it, and then again placing it on. So that's the general idea of the project. Please further on. There are general, actually, topics that they would like to cover by that: increase the production, to cost, let's say, minimize the human error, then the minimum the scrap, downtime production, stuff like that. But that's very general. These are KPIs I will tell you later on. So for them, it was, like I said, establish fully functional smart production to be used by, in fiber environment. And then there are some interfaces that they collect, store, and actually in real time they can communicate. This is dislocated part. It's basically on the service of the project provider. And then you have the state of the art, basically by self-adjustable cobalt vision system and SDAV architecture. This is how it looks. Somebody might think that it's a very, how should I say, these projects that are horizon, that they are not that, how should I say, that they're easy actually on implementation. They are if you understand the logic, but sometimes you need to set up first the metrics to see what, if, then else. So that's just a part of the many of KPIs that we would like to achieve, and they are so worked out. This is how it looks like in a scheme, what you saw before. Well, again, that you have a, let's say, imagination that works for you exactly how it should be. So there are a lot of programming in the background, basically, and this is what during this project actually we are looking for, solutions which are just connecting some things, because the idea is actually that you can have various, let's say, robots or devices or CNC machines, but they should be able to communicate among themselves, despite of the fact that one is KUKA, one is ABB, or whatever. So that's the general idea, that you have a platform or a line or a backbone where everything communicates. Move on. And Fireware does that. This is now how it is disassembled, but the case is that in 8 months we shall have the working pilot. I'm looking forward to see this working, since we've invested a lot of time in this, and actually we are proud that from Slovenia actually a lot of such technology experiments, not only in this particular project but also others, are present. So we are proving that basically the size in this case doesn't matter. Next one, I will use the opportunity also to say that we are not only in DH network, DH square community and network, but also in DH world, which is also part of the story that I heard today, basically. And there we were also, let's say, as a DH active in helping, that was cross-border basically with Hungary, with Kanizsa Peksek, which means bakery. And they were like having multiple ovens, but there was always an issue that some ovens did better baking and with less consumption of gas. And basically, there are differences in production lines, and they wanted to figure out what's the reason and how to optimize. And they did it. And that was the result of 6 months, let's say, testings, and simple algorithms are helping in saying which bread should be baken in which oven. That's basically what I wanted to say about, let's say, Slovenia being involved in transnational projects, using the opportunities, to proving that we are, let's say, quite good in digital transformation. What I'm personally, let's say, recognizing is basically the massive uptake of these disruptive technologies into industry. So on one hand, if we are covering these with the transnational calls, then I would go for, let's say, some national or other schemes that would support implementation of these to more massive into the industry, so that everybody can gain, but that's some other story. That's it for the cases, but now if you go further, I have basically invitation. Invitation of the DH Square network for all DAHs or similar institutions that are performing similar. If you are in robotics or automation, you are more than welcome to join this community that is growing. Like I said, move on. We started like with 25. Currently, we are already at 86, but the plan or wishes of ours are to reach like 177 in 2023. Please move on. No, further. Yeah. Basically, why to join this community? It means that we are aiming to have kind of an impact or influence in the ecosystem through influencing the policy, that you are led by real expert, let's say, teams, and that we give you some experience that you can cope with any of these DIGs and their members. To be a bit more, let's say, how should I say, favorable to join, basically there is an incentive of 10,000 euros, which is available for anybody that applies and is selected. You can use them to present yourself in various events that are following. The next one is in Rotterdam in end of June 28th till 30th, and on 1st of July we will meet new members. So you have still time, because the tender is basically open the whole time, and we do it like in 3 weeks, always checkouts on who is applying. Robotics, automation, feel free to join. Further on. I will not repeat this, what we are going for, because the presentation will be available, but the next one, please. This is, yeah, and one more. So basically, if you are DH, cluster, or research institute, university, private or public, it doesn't matter. It's just about, if you consider that this kind of a partnership with other DIGs in such a network would help you, then you are more than welcome. How to apply? I don't know if this works, this link. It's a very short one, but if it doesn't, then I have only one slide more to present, and we can go backwards. If, no, it doesn't. Okay, then go to the next slide. It's a very short application form. You can fill it in within 30 minutes. It's not a problem. So, to learn about this community, about this network, opportunities that are there for you, and for, let's say, I always consider myself as an institution of Pomorje Technology Park, is basically how to find appropriate solution for our SMEs that are, we have like members that are physically stated, and for the others. At the beginning we were just covering, let's say, Pomorje region. Now the whole Slovenia is kind of a market for us. So if you want to be in a similar position as we are, then join the network. Thank you.
Are there any questions maybe from the public? Unfortunately, Mr. Borko had to leave already. But are there any questions for Mrs. Rim?
In the chat, we don't have any question.
No questions in
the chat? No.
Perfect,
Okay.
that was very clear, obviously.
Excellent. Then I suggest, as Dr. Stomenova Duh before was mentioning, there was a video presentation also in her PowerPoint, that we can go to that one now. Thank you, Borut. So after this presentation, it will be time for lunch break, but there's just one unfortunate thing to mention. In the cafeteria, their system for digital payment is down. So they are accepting cash only. Just to let you know, there are some ATMs close by, but I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. So, for that video, please.
In recent years, governments and businesses have been adopting technology to remodel their services. This is the digital transformation. Certain more traditional sectors, however, have been lagging behind. Agriculture, energy, and civil engineering have been struggling to keep up with other areas, mainly due to a lack of skill and funding. By repeatedly investing in only the most prosperous activities, we've enlarged the digital gap, stalling our collective progress. At 4P Digital Innovation Hub, we believe in a fair, holistic, and inclusive digital transformation. As part of our numerous projects and initiatives, we're showcasing how IoT can be used in the agricultural sector. Through smart application of modern technologies, we're creating better products, prioritizing welfare, supporting environmental protection, and discovering new data-driven market values. All this while also closing the digital divide and pushing our society towards across-the-board prosperity. Public-Private People Partnership Digital Innovation Hub. Digital for all, with all.
Thank you for that. And one more annunciation says this technical difficulty occurred with lunch payments. Our CEO of the Technology Park, the host today, said that the lunch is on the Technology Park. So you won't have to worry about the bills.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are glad to have you here, so don't worry. We'll manage somehow.
So now we have the break until 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, 2 parallel round tables will take place. One will be in this room, and the other will be in the adjacent building. Just those who took a little breath of fresh air during the previous breaks already know where it is. So all of those who are for the first parallel round table will be here, also the speakers. The rest of you, we gather here, but then we'll just go to the other room so that you don't have to look for it on your own. And just for our viewers online, only the first parallel roundtable of digital funding support will be streamed live. The other session will be recorded and will then be available to watch online, but it will not be streaming live. Thank you.
You're going to lock this space.
Ena da. Mikrofon.
She's going with you.
Yeah, with the digitalization of the SMEs roundtable. Somewhere else. Okay, okay. Okay.
I don't know if it's yours. Boards. Ah, it was yours. Sorry. Yeah, you are the moderator, so sure. I think you can use this microphone. No.
It should be on, yes.
This one is not on.
But the shotgun microphones are turned on, so they will pick up the sound.
He doesn't need a microphone.
No, no. We tested it and it's okay. Само malo bolj se jim boš mogel priti, ker si čisto na robu kamere. Dosega kamere. Tak, okay.
Look. This is what we have a delay of 30 seconds, but if you sit like this, now you are like perfect.
Okay. I'm better now. I'm better.
Yeah, you're better. Then we have our.
Okay. Are we already live?
Yeah, we are live.
Okay. Okay. Hello. So we are back from the lunch break, and now we are going to have the two round tables. So everyone who will join me for the to the challenges for the digitalization of SMEs in region, that is the roundtable of Project Peace. I would like to ask you to join me outside. We'll go to the other room. And here it will be the regional solutions. And I would just like to present the host of this event. It is Mr. Borut Zrin, who you heard before as well. So please, Borut.
Thank you and welcome back. Glad to see so many of you still here after it's been a long day. But like announced, you're more than welcome to the roundtable titled Regional Solutions for the Implementation of Follow-up Funding Schemes. Interesting topic, and basically, like I mentioned already before in the session in the morning, that aside of capital and people and goods, also knowledge can pass or can be exchanged across the borders. So today we will be hosting, let's say, a group of institutions that are basically part of the ecosystem, and the whole thing is organized by Eurada and Funding Box Research, who started this initiative. I'll introduce firstly that you are aware of why we are here. And it's kind of an umbrella of Digital Working Group initiative, where there will be like 4 similar events to this. The first one was already done, and the second one is now about the exchange. And we talk about triple helix model, where particular focus today will be on the regional development agencies and their involvement into the work or cooperation with the other 2 actors, which are DIGs and RTOs. Shall I translate those? Okay, everybody is familiar with the wording. And the third part, which is basically related to the industry. So, the initiative is about how can regions keep up to date, updated with the necessities of their companies in the funding regions. So this initiative searches for the solutions and exchanging this knowledge, and it's kind of a bottom-up approach. So the European Commission can then, let's say, accordingly react and prepares operational programs that are somehow correlated with regional smart specialization strategies. There are naturally different structural funds in period 21-27 available for this. And like I said, I would like to invite some friends of ours and basically familiar contacts, perhaps if you're in a project, where we will debate about their systems, how they work, what would be worth to take back home in order to test whether it works, and especially how you participate or co-create this ecosystem in which we are all striving for better living standards of the people, better competitiveness of our companies and industry in general, and how to, let's say, uptake as much as possible from the research and development environment. So I would like to invite participants to this workshop, or let's say roundtable. I will let them first present themselves with a short presentation, upon which we will then be somehow, it will be much easier for us to follow up the debate and understand how they work. I would like to invite all of them here, and then we will go through the presentations. I invite Ms. Danica Yanakieva from Ambitious Gabrovo Regional Innovation Center from Bulgaria, Ms. Ingrid Meyer from Oost Netherlands, naturally, Ms. Davorka Mosolac-Forjan from Krobohub Iceland, Croatia. Then I would like to invite also Tanja Sanekovic from Styrian Technology Park and Dih at the same time from Slovenia. And last but not least, Mr. Tomislav Plesec from Simora, Croatia. Like mentioned, I would then somehow follow this line of comment in a way that you present your organizations, and after that we will come to debate and questions from public, and also I have done some homework for myself as well. So I would like to ask for the first presentation, which is from Regional Innovation Center, Ambitious Gabrovo, Bulgaria.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Danica Yanakieva, and I am a representative of Ambitious Gabrovo and Bulgaria as well. So, yeah, the next slide, please. Okay. So first I'm gonna tell you some information for our Regional Innovation Center. It was established in the end of 2019, so we are very fresh and new. And the members of the center are the municipality, the Technical University of Gabrovo, and 13 companies represented by the Regional Innovation Center. And all of the communication is served by us. And that way it's very easy and fast. We are constantly collaborating and exchanging information for different opportunities and projects. We have a Gabrovo Tech Park, and there are 18 laboratories. In there are students, experts, and even some of the companies working on researches and innovations. For example, all of the urban lights in Gabrovo are developed there. And they are powered by solar. Also, it is important to say that the first 3 years of our center we survived with very small funding. Everything that we use and have is from donations, and we had several members. Next slide, please. So, as we know, in March there was a workshop, and there were discussed some challenges. So for the challenge 1, guidance for the implementation of regional funds, what we can add is, since the beginning of this year, we are partners of Enterprise Europe Network. Some of you may know what is it about. We have access to a large base of partner opportunities and cooperation profiles. Unfortunately, part of the taxes of our region are going to the national budget, so we don't have regional funding. For the second challenge, organization and coordination on the stakeholder dialogue, we are organizing meetings with business in our region. For example, in April we had a meeting with the Chamber of Builders in Bulgaria, and we discussed what they need, what they can do for our region, and how can we help each other. We are planning meetings with all of the companies because during the COVID it was very impossible, but now we are starting. So for the challenge 3, skills and knowledge, as a triple helix organization, there is a strong collaboration between the municipality, the technical university, and the business. We participate in several projects, European projects together, such as the Green Hub project, Aries 4, which is integrating the sustainability into the smart specialization strategy. And we are candidates for European Digital Innovation Hub. And also we are organizing workshops, trainerships, and dual studies. And also we have an incubator for talents in the summer. Unfortunately for the 4th and the 5th challenge, a stable and productive funding program scheme and alignment of regional and Euro funding scheme, we are behind because our recovery plan was one of the last to be approved. So every process is very delayed for now, and we don't have regional funding, as I mentioned, and we can't rely on the national funding, and we are relying mostly on European funding. And this is our work for the Regional Innovation Center. We are searching for European projects, and we want to help the SMEs in our region and the startups. And the challenge 6, maybe this is the challenge that we are most successful. The next slide, please. Yes, follow-up schemes for European open cause. We are, so as I mentioned, we are members of the Enterprise Europe Network. We are contact point for I4MS. And thankfully to Eurada, there are other organizations which found us from there. One of the projects is Green Hub. We are partnering with a Turkish company and Greek university. We are also participating on the first call of Dig World. We have one project that is very successful from there. Also, we are candidates for the Shop for Connected Factories with one of our clients, and as candidates for EDIC, we are very positive that maybe we will be one of the EDICs, because last week Gabrovo was selected to be one of the 100 European cities, which will be part of the European mission for climate neutral and smart cities. Also, we are planning some projects for Mind for Machines. And last but not least, we are encouraging our clients to apply and participate in Cascade funding, because the reports and the deliverables are easy to be achieved. And that is it for my presentation. Thank you very much. For more information, there are some links that you can follow.
Thank you, Danica. If you have any questions, please try to write them down, so we will be much smoother going through the presentations. Next, it is Ms. Ingrid Meyer from Post-Netherlands.
Thank you. Yes, thank you all. My presentation was short. My name is Ingrid Meyer. I work at Oosternaal, the regional development agency of the East Netherlands. But during this presentation, I will tell you more about our Think East organization, which is really the structure of cooperations agencies together in the East Netherlands. So next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So as I mentioned, it's really a collaboration. We are involved in the Think East network as being the regional development agency of the region, but also our regional government, being the 2 provinces of the East Netherlands, are involved, regional research institutes, universities, and together we really try to make an impact on our region, on the East Netherlands. And it goes 2 ways. That goes making sure that our SMEs of our region have the access to European funding, but also that European funding is properly and effectively used by our SMEs in our research institutes. So our East Netherlands innovation profile is divided in 2 flagships, being smart and sustainable industries and concepts for a healthy living. And that's not really 2 concepts that we just made up, but it's really 2 of the main qualities, I would say, of our region, in which we are really strong. And our SMEs and research institutes are really known for delivering good quality. And that's also 2 of the main themes when we work on European projects, for instance, that these are aligned with the themes that we focus upon. So we also have a strong position on a European level, and that's made, for instance, also by the connection with Virada and the Vanguard network, and by doing so, by being active in those initiatives, we don't only try to be present as a region, but also to connect with other regions and see where cooperation areas lie. And for instance, the I3 instrument, which is really new actually, don't know if all of the audience is familiar with it, but it's a new innovation instrument that is launched in October last year, made by efforts of the Vanguard network, and we actually got a chance to work on 5 applications in our region, also within the flagships that I just mentioned. So that's really how we work. We see the strengths and the talents of our region, and then we look for how can those connect with European funding and European projects. Next slide, please. So this is, like I mentioned, we also have, we really try to emphasize with our SMEs that Europe is an opportunity, and European funding can be of use for their specific challenges. So by this dashboard you see the projects that we have been working on. It's Horizon, it's Internet, it's also EFLO, it's all the instruments of the European the funding landscape, I would say. But we always make sure that these align with our 2 flagships, just smart industries and concept for healthy living, in order to make sure that we actually, that's our scope, and those are the things that we are strong in as a region, and we're known for as being strong at. Next slide, please. So these are the 2 flagships. So focus area, for instance, smart health has been really in the picture of the last months, I would say, years. But actually everything is becoming smart, I would say, because digitalization is one of the main topics, and I think that's not only for the East Netherlands but for all regions, that digitalization is really something to keep developing, and there are several stages in it, and the SMEs need to make a digitalization development, but the same goes for processes and research institutes as well. Next slide, please. So this was my presentation, really short, but just to get an idea of Think East Netherlands, how we work together with it, and that we as a regional development agency are really on top of the European funding opportunities, especially for our SMEs, and to look how those connect with our strengths and our goals of our region. Thank you. And if you have any question, please feel free to contact me now or later. Thank you. Sorry.
No problem. We are left with 1 microphone. Next one is, thank you first of all. Next is Davor Kamoslavac from Krobohub Iceland. At the same time, part of the basically technology, DIH, and in their owners are actually somehow connected with Regional Development Agency, if I understand it correctly. But you will correct me.
working? It's working for the internet. Ah, okay. Okay. Sorry. So hello everyone. My name is Davorka Moslovac-Forjan. I come from Zagreb, from Innovation Center Nikola Tesla. Next slide, please. Innovation Center Nikola Tesla is the institution owned and established by the largest technical faculty in Croatia, the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing. I won't talk about iCent itself because I can talk much, but I will just briefly introduce you our digital innovation hub called Crobo Hub. It's an acronym from Croatian Robotics Digital Innovation Hub. It is a network, so DIH is not, doesn't have any formal structure. It is informal structured, and it began in 2016. We won one of the cascade funding for DIHs through Horizon project called HORSE. Core partner is, as I already said, our owner, University of Zagreb Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing, and especially Center for Artificial Intelligence and Center of Research Excellence in Data Science and Cooperative Systems. But also, of course, DIH is a network of various stakeholders, so we also have other stakeholders like Croatian Chamber of Economy, small and medium enterprises, large companies, also Zagreb Innovation Center, which is, I will talk about it later. Zagreb Innovation Center is, as a matter of fact, it's a regional development agency for the city of Zagreb, because city of Zagreb is so large that it's county itself. So, of course, other associations and unions. Forward, please. Next slide. So, Crobo Hub, of course, as its name says, we are focused on robotics and artificial intelligence in some specific application sectors like manufacturing industry, which is fostered very much by European Commission and the recent Horizon and Digital Europe projects to help in digitalization processes to manufacturing SMEs. Agriculture, and then recently we also turned to public administration because one of the major focus of our activities and future calls will be on public administration. We offer services like awareness creation, brokerage events, lifelong learning programs, collaborative research, incubator and accelerator support, technology and business mentoring, educational skills development. Next slide, please. Okay, so so far we attracted in this last 6 years, we attracted more than 900k euros through 6 Horizon projects. So it all, as I said, it all started with HORSE Horizon project, where we won through cascade funding money for business plan for establishing a digital innovation hub. Then we were partners in logistics for manufacturing SMEs. It was a project that is now it's finished. We were one of the 6 competence centers. We did technology and business mentoring. We also, together with a company called Muraplast, which is producing plastic and paper bags. They were our industrial partners, so we developed, you will see in the next slide, we developed a prototype robot for them. Then another one is Endorse, also through cascade funding of HORSE project. So this is, I won't go into details, this is one of the experiments with an industrial partner. Anycon Aerospace is the company that is producing plastic parts for the aircrafts. Next one, please. And Muraplast, as I already said, this is the prototype of autonomous vehicle tailor-made for Muraplast problem. They have problem with workforce. I mean, this foils this huge. I can't remember the name. They are transported manually at the moment. So we developed autonomous vehicles, so they can put this foil on it and then autonomously drive it through the shop floor. Next slide, please. Then, okay, we are also partners together with Borut. We are partners. One of the 26 DH is in DH Square project. Then also we participated in mentoring program called AI DIH Network, also financed by European Commission. Then at this moment we are also partners in project called Kit for SME. It is also based on AI solutions for small and medium enterprises. We are partners that is in charge for ecosystem building, brokerage, networking events, and dissemination. Okay, we organized numerous community building networking events, roundtables, robot days, invited lectures. These are some of our activities. You can see we are also present at fairs, and we also have a student program, but I don't have time to talk about it. We are fully operational Digital Innovation Hub. You can find us in Digital Innovation Hub catalog of the European Commission. Next slide, please. And okay, the most recent achievement. So we applied for EDIH open call. Our consortium, our project proposal is called CroboHub++. It is like a top up on our CroboHub DIH. It is called CroboHub++. Our partners are here, Croatian Chamber of Economy, Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing, University Computing Center with the largest HPC facility in Croatia, private school that is doing lifelong learning programs and pre-qualification of workers. We are focused on specialized in 3 key areas: artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and high-performance computing. Focus on the following sector, as I said already: manufacturing, SMEs, the industry, agriculture, energy, environment, and public administration. So the results are not out yet, but we are very, very positive about the outcomes. So next one, please. I think, yeah, it's all from my side. If you have any questions or you would like to contact me or see what is our CroboHub doing, so this is our website. Thank you.
Thank you, Davorka, and I'll ask the last of the ladies, Ms. Tanja Stanekovic, for presentation of the Slovenian side of the story.
Hello. I'm sitting here as a representative of Regional Development Agency for Podravje Maribor, but in fact I'm technically still employed at Styrian Technology Park. You can put the next slide, please, so I can explain the situation. Regional Development Agency is actually the biggest regional development agency in Slovenia. It covers 41 municipalities of Podravje region. And it was established in 1993, and just 1 year later the agency decided to establish also a technology park based on the good practice examples from the neighboring country Austria. At that time we were the first technology park, the only technology park in Slovenia. In the next years also other technology parks were being established, but we are still considered as the first one in Slovenia. However, after all those years, now the agency decided to incorporate the technology park under its structure, and right now we are in the process of integrating the company of technology park back to the agency. In the meantime, we have been performing our role as a technology park, business incubator, working with startups, with potential entrepreneurs, and some years ago when this story of digital innovation hubs started, when this possibility was given, we were quite fast with our application to be put into the catalog. Now we are fully operational Digital Innovation Hub. And at first, when we put ourselves on the map of DIHs of Europe, we didn't profile ourselves in any specific sector. However, during this time, until today, circumstances have put us somehow in the position that now we are profiled for smart solutions. Next slide, please. This is how we are basically positioned in the environment of the agency and incubation role of Technology Park. The logo that you see on the top of the slide is a logo of Network Business Incubator of Podravje, which is a structure that is being established right now. Basically, we started this last year, and it is somehow an upgrade of the story of Technology Park. We were positioned first on one location, now we have 3 locations. However, with the network incubator, we are broadening our coverage throughout the Podravje region. And this infrastructure that we are gaining based on cooperation with different municipalities is something that gives us possibility to come to our customers, not to wait or to ask them to come to us, but we are trying to go to all the different places where there is a possibility or the need on the side of the customers. And on the other side, we have this content aspect, the programs that we are offering, and this is something that has been in development from the first day that we were established, and it keeps upgrading from year to year. Next slide, please. As the agency and Technology Park, we consider ourselves already as one entity. We somehow work together. We are developing all our programs together, and combined, we have under our roof Enterprise Europe network. We have Digital Innovation Hub. We have several national programs for supporting potential entrepreneurs and startups, from one-stop shop office to the programs that are dealing with those that are unemployed and are still in the process of defining whether to go into the entrepreneurship or not, to more sophisticated national programs that are offering different kinds of consultancy, expertise, support, mentoring, coaching, and similar. We are somehow in a position to help somebody who is yet thinking about developing something to the stages when they already have a company that is probably as majority of companies facing different challenges, from internationalization to growth challenges to facing different kind of situations like COVID also brought us, for example, something that nobody expected, to completely general issues and challenges that are common to the majority of companies in our region. Next slide, please. We are doing this through different intensity of our support programs, from basic information to general consultancy to some specific expertise support, which is used like some specialized missions to when external experts come to the company and solve specific problems, and then they leave, and the company is in a position to proceed on their own to the next challenge. Steer and Technology Park is being integrated in the development agency as the sector for research, development and innovation. And besides our organization, also another organization from Maribor was integrated to development agency, that is Institute Recycle. They were specialized for the topic of circular economy, and based on that, now we have one very strong core that is tackling green and digital, which are two most important aspects of all the projects that are we entering, and also all the projects that are somehow of interest of our companies. Next slide, please. On the other side, what I mentioned before was the infrastructure. We are covering several locations already. Top left is our headquarter building in Maribor, where the agency is located, and all the others are like satellite offices where we host our companies, where we implement our programs. Next slide, please. What we would like to do in the next years is to reconstruct the building, some parts of the building where we are already positioned now. This was years ago like a penalty house, a prison, not the strictest one, but like for minor yes, exactly. There are 5 parts of the building, and one is already occupied with our programs. We are planning to refurbish 2 more, and in this building we would like to position all the main knowledge and research programs of business support environment of Maribor and Podravje region. Next slide, please. We are doing this in collaboration with all the major institutions in Maribor. This slide is unfortunately in Slovene, but it is just to show you how many different programs are about to be positioned in there. We are collaborating with chambers of commerce, craft chambers, University of Maribor, institutions that are dealing with social entrepreneurship, and the programs are from basic business support to sophisticated digitalization support, circular economy issues, and so on. We are now facing a challenge where to find the funds to set up all this. However, even if we don't do it all at once, we are still proceeding with our programs as they are, and I believe with in the constellation as it is now in Maribor region and in Maribor and Podravje region, I believe that we can really move some things that were not being moved so easily in the past years, because we have a really good consortium of partners that understand what are their roles. We somehow came to understanding where is our circle and where is the circle of university and where is the circle of other support organizations, and we are really in very good communication to give the best possible support to our target groups. Next slide, please, and I believe this is it from my side. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. I will not ask for the microphone because it takes too much time to go around. I'll ask also Tomislav to present his case or his institution, and then we'll start, let's say, talk about
Thank you. Okay, thank you. You can go to the next slide, please. For the beginning, I'd like to introduce myself and my region. My name is Tomislav and I come from a regional development agency of Simora. Simora covers the area of Sisak-Moslavina County, which is in central Croatia. We are also a DIH, which I will also tell you a little more about later. For start, I wanted to point out some challenges that my county is facing to give you a better understanding what we are trying to achieve and what actually we are doing. So, my county, although it is in a good geographical position in the center of Croatia, it is a rural area. It is a vast rural area which has an aging population and very low economic activity. Basically, most of the economic activity done there in the most of the region is agriculture, and some bigger urban areas are not that common. Also, in the past, the capital of the county, Sisak, it used to be a strong industrial hub, but unfortunately, in the last few decades, most of this industry is gone. And that left a huge gap in our economy, which is which was shrinking for a long time. Now things are starting to get a little bit better, but unfortunately, on top of all that, a year and a half we had a strong earthquake, which also left a lot of consequences on our economy, and we are still struggling with that, and the recovery is very, very slow. My colleague from Zagreb can confirm that, as Zagreb too had an earthquake, and recovery there is also very slow. Also, what I would like to point out are some unrealized potentials in our county. For example, I said that there is some agricultural activity, but still there is a lot of unused agricultural land. So this agriculture can be even better. Also, we have some business zones which are not still fully occupied. Also, a lot of potential for tourism, which is not still used. And I could go on, but I think that you slightly get the picture about our challenges. Also, what is also important to point out is that in our region there's still low awareness about digital technologies, and I would say that this is common for most of Croatia. And this is also what we saw as an opportunity to, as I said, we had an economy which had better days in the past, and we also wanted to do something to turn that around. So some 6 years ago there was an initiative launched which focuses on the development of gaming industry, and we try to brand ourselves as a center of gaming industry. Can you go to the next slide, please? We have this initiative which basically has 6 main steps. I wouldn't go through all of them. We are trying to, let me say, to teach the kids from their kindergarten age about IT, not only about gaming, but mostly about IT, about the importance of that and the opportunities that there are in this industry. And we have a center place of this, our initiative, which is our business incubator Pismo, which is located in one small town in our county. And we can say that there was a strong response to that. A lot of young people and young talents are interested to go there, to arrive in our hub, to learn about gaming industry, to receive funds. And those are things that we all have at our disposal. We try to teach them. So basically, if you have zero knowledge about game development, that's not a problem. You can come to our business incubator. We have educations which are pretty intensive. They last for 6 months, but if you work hard, you really can learn how to be a game developer. Also, when you learn about it, you can open your startup in our business incubator, where we also have some financial supports, because most of startups in this industry, they need some time before they develop their product and put it on market. So we try to help them in these early stages with some finances. And so main actors in these initiatives are my development agency, also our regional coordinator for EU funds, our county administration and town Novska. Also, Croatian Employment Service helps us with the education, which I mentioned earlier. As it lasts for 6 months, a lot of people from entire country come to our little town to learn about it. So Croatian Employment Service helps them with that, as they provide them with Croatian minimum wage and travel expenses. So it's easier for a lot of people to be there for that time. As I said, our main aim here is to diversify and to strengthen our economy, and also to bring us finally to the digital era. And we basically support our gaming startups to stop the depopulation. Maybe I didn't mention that we're very close to Zagreb, but sometimes that is our asset, but it is also sometimes a problem for us, because it's easy for people to go and work there and then to come home during the weekends. So a lot of economic activity goes there, and we want to keep it in our region. So some of the challenges that we tackled here, as I mentioned earlier, actually, that is the funding. This funding is up to 20,000 euros to the startups in our incubator. So far, it was our practice that we enabled anybody who has their startup in our business incubator to receive funds, which has proven to be a good thing, but also there are some startups who promise to do a lot of great stuff, but they end up with doing nothing. So we are trying to develop a new scheme here to incorporate pitching or something like that, to have some sort of selection of those who really should receive some funds and those who are not so serious about it. Another challenge, which I also mentioned before, is our trainings. So we have this knowledge gap, and these educations are direct answer to that. But not only that, we provide the educations for the technical part, which is concerned on building a video game. We also help our clients with business part of startups. For example, we help them how to run a business, and we consult them with various EU funds and other forms of financing. Also, we help them with their visibility, so we organize a lot of networking events, brokerage events, etc. We help them also with the marketing. Recently we started to help some of them with crowdfunding campaigns to raise funds for their projects. And as I said, there is a lot of interest for that. Next slide, please. Also, as I mentioned before, basically what I told you here is that our activities which we do as Digital Innovation Hub. I didn't talk much about CIMERA as a development agency, which we are primary, but we do that for the last 16 years, and we do the usual stuff of all development agencies. We help our agricultural sector, SMEs, and we apply their projects to various goals and help them with implementation. We also develop some strategic documents for our county, etc. So what I was talking mostly about was our business incubator, which basically is a digital innovation hub. And also what I want to point out for the end is that we are also a candidate in Croatia for EDIH. We are fully operational, and we are also very eagerly awaiting for the results. And next, please, I think. Yes, just to mention what are our focus areas. So we are trying to tie that mostly with gaming. So we are expanding it a bit to the blockchain and Internet of Things, but basically what our focus area mostly is artificial intelligence and the gaming. And of course, in this, if the EDIH should be granted to us, we will cover a greater geographic area, Central Croatia, Northern Adriatic, because we have partners from Rijeka, and you can see here our consortium structure. And next. that would be it. You have our contact here, so if any of you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomislav. I found out that basically these presentations were kind of relieving and revealing, sorry. Despite of the fact that you are somehow coming from different, I would say colorful background, you are in a way also alike, despite of the fact that you are different by type and by ecosystem or country, or I would say even by maturity level of your institutions. But somehow there are some, I would say, stories that are common to all of you. And now we will try to align these topics just to be able to compare. But before I continue, I should say that Simora is actually the best living case, in my opinion, since they are a regional development agency, they have business incubator, they are DIH. So basically, the triple helix, you are alone. I mean, you are already, because you are handling SMEs, scale-ups, startups within the program of incubator. Then you have DIH, which is focusing specifically on the topics how to help. And at the same time, you're a regional development agency. So basically, you talk to yourself. So I would say that your ideal case, how this would be ideal case, actually I don't know, you will tell us more later on in debate. But today we should somehow find how actually regional development agencies help the two roles that you are performing, like DIH and incubator, because they are addressing directly the businesses and research. And at the same time you have to be somehow aligned, because this is a bottom-up approach when you are preparing, for example, smart specialization strategies on operational programs, which are then, let's say, covered in some documents that you can use when applying to European funds, because I see that all of you are actually somehow related to European funding as a potential line. The most dangerous I felt when Danica was saying that it's basically that they're based on donations yet, so there is no structured or planned funding, but we will talk about that maybe later. So, despite of the fact that I revealed your ideal case, I would like to also challenge the others how this, if you are a regional development agency or representative one, how you are basically coordinating activities with the DAHs, with the chambers, with the associations clusters, when forming favorable, let's say, supporting programs for them. So I would just ask very simply 1-2 sentences how you are actually doing this, let's say how you are actually co-creating opportunities for them to be funded, and whether this process is just like random or is it continuously that you do it like repeating iterations and stuff like that.
So for us, we're with the Chamber of Commerce, we are working together, and when we see a project that they can use, we are just sending to them, and also they are doing the same for us. For example, last month we were on a digital coach program because they are in contact with the ministry, and everything that the ministries sent to them, they send to us, and this is the same for us. When we see some opportunities that they can use, we send them. Also, we are in a strong collaboration with all of the municipality and the technical university, and we are working together, and they are also our members. So they know that when they help us, they help each other also, and we have one aim, and this is our city of Gabrovo to be smart, specialized, sustainable, and everything. We do it for our city because we know that we are living there, so it will be good for everybody.
Maybe I shall add the sub question here. How it's done? Do you have annual meetings? You have monthly meetings? You have special events? How this communication works with what you just said, how you are sending basically these companies to the various actors that they can help. Is that continuous process you do annually or events, whatever?
So for now we are just planning the events because we had the COVID since the last month. So we are now starting to do these meetings. For now we are just communicating via the phone or emails, and we have plans for the summer to have a monthly meetings with the business, the Chamber of Commerce, the Technical University and the municipality of Gavrovo.
Yeah, if I can answer that question, how it's done and what we're actually doing. In the East Netherlands, we have set up this strategic innovation and investment agenda. And that's basically a list of projects that we think should benefit our region and that we should focus upon. And that's really a list of projects, and it's categorized in food, in health, digital, clean and circular, and energy, all the sectors that we are specializing in. And then for all of these sectors, we have a list of project ideas. Sometimes it's just a random idea of some consortium partners that, well, maybe a research institute and maybe a company together that have an idea, and they come to us as our regional development agency. How can we bring that idea forward? How can we make that into a European project, or maybe with regional funding, maybe with national funding, or maybe they come at a stage with just a project idea, and how can we, they're still looking for consortium partners, that's also an option. And with this list we really try to actually keep an eye on all the projects and all the ideas that are developing in our region, but also to connect them with European funding. So that's really like the structural way. And that's also, we meet with all the parties in, every sector has their own organization structure, so to say, and meetings, but also with the provinces as the NFIC East partners. We regularly meet to, what are the project ideas, and it's really project related. But it's also the case, it can also be like a European funding opportunity is coming ahead. And then it works the other way around. Instead of having a project idea, the funding opportunity comes first, and then we look, how can we, this is really our focus, so it should align with our focus, but how can we make use of it? So that's also happening, so I think it's two-way. Yeah.
Push and pull.
Exactly.
Davorka?
I'm not a representative of regional development agency.
Yeah, but your perspective, how you are communicating toward, let's say, regional development agency or policy that they support your DIH?
To tell you the truth, we are in partnership with Zagreb Innovation Center, but there is also a regional development agency of City of Zagreb, which we do not interact at all. Actually, I don't know who they are, really. So I must admit that we don't have so many contacts with regional development agency. We work on as I said, with Zagreb Innovation Center. We do some projects together, dissemination events, but actually we are not involved. I mean, we are involved in some policy making, but not from development agency, but from ministry. Ministry is usually contacting us to give some feedback regarding some policy they're preparing, not regional development agency.
So it goes from bottom up to the directly national level and from national level down to the regional level.
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay, this is the case.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
We are somehow similar case, similar because we are all integrated under one roof. With companies on one side, we communicate on a daily basis because we live together, we breathe with them, we work with them, and we are more or less, at least I'd like to think so, updated about their needs and where they want to go and how we can help them through the programs that I described before. On the other side, we are actually part of the development agency, and the agency itself, it's an institution on the policy level of the region. It is communicating regularly with the municipalities, that are involved in the region. Some of the municipalities are also founders of the agency, and also communication with the national level is quite frequent, I would say. What is also very important, communication with other regional players within the support system for companies, for municipalities, for citizens, is working, I think, on a frequent basis. And just now, for example, in the past few months, we developed two very important strategies for the city, which will impact also the region. One is the tourism strategy that was already adopted by the members of City Council, and the other one is a strategy for Smart City Maribor. This one is just about to be adopted if everything goes well, and when we were preparing these documents, of course we had to take under consideration all the needs of the end users, companies, citizens, and on the other side, all the regional and national aspects, and put all the players of this helix together. So I think the situation in which we are in, when we have everything within one circle, is helping us a lot, because we are much more operational perhaps than some other organization which needs to establish some kind of communication and to put much more effort into connecting everything together, as in our case when we are all sitting in one building, and it just takes sometimes to move from one office to another to settle something.
Well, similar goes for us. As you said, we have a lot of it under the same roof, but we have a regular communication with mostly our Chamber of Economy, Employment Service. It is regular, I wouldn't say it's structured, but it's regular based on current needs, or if there is some, I don't know, call for proposal which is relevant opened, then there is a lot of communication about that, for example, and also there's also regular communication with municipalities in our region, and then it goes down by them to the other users if needed. And through our Chamber of Economy we have access to a lot of our SMEs, which are also we can access directly, and that would be.
We will go backwards. One sentence, very easy one question basically. If you would change something in the that you are recommending, like changes in the structure, how you would, let's say, make, what needs to be made actually as a difference in supporting programs that your industry or the companies would gain better conditions, or that they would be much easier to gain on competition in let's say.
Well, that is, I believe that is something which is very difficult to answer in one sentence. I think that we all will have to work hard to regain because the trust, I would say trust, because some trust is lost because basically we're all public administration, and we're not the most effective administration in the world. And I would like to, remove some barriers, some procedures to make things easier administratively. And then I would like to communicate that to the clients, that because most of them sometimes don't want to lose time, they take things in their own hands, because bureaucracy is something which is a big problem. I hope that answered your question.
Same question to everybody.
I totally agree. I think it is our job to make it as easy as possible for the companies and for the end users, and we can achieve this by being not too much bureaucratic, but it is not always up to us only. And the other thing is that in a certain environment an effective cooperation is achieved by all the key players. For example, university is there with a lot of sophisticated equipment and a lot of knowledge. We are here with different kinds of knowledge, entrepreneurial support, business expertise. Chambers are there with another way of giving some support to the companies. And if we all find our places and if we have this good communication, then we can offer to the company the best support possible, because we are not sending them from one door to the other, and we are not making their life harder but easier. And this is something what I mentioned already before. It is being upgraded, and it is running quite well in our region at the moment, but there is always room for improvement.
I can say for us as DIH, so as I already said, our development agency in Zagreb city, in city of Zagreb, is not communicating properly. So we are in contact mostly with Ministry of Economy, and they invite us when they need something. They listen to us. We say what we need, and then when we split, when we go our way, then everything stays the same. So we talk to them, and they again do what they want. So they don't. I mean, they do it like just just so they can say they contacted us, but they don't listen properly.
So there is basically a lot of space still for you to develop.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Yes, for us, and I think that's also part of the results of COVID, that we kind of lost contact a bit with our SMEs. Now it's getting ahead again, but and you mentioned already that you see some similarities in our approach, but I think you also see some similarities in our answering. Because I think it's really a continuous process to actually make European funding accessible and doable for SMEs, because sometimes it can be, when you only mention European opportunities, it can be way out of their head, so to speak. But actually to show best practices in which SMEs also did European funding in order to get their projects done. And also, another thing that I thought about was, yeah, we are I'm really glad that we actually have a kind of the same approach, that we work with our regional parties in order to get all regional partners aligned, and then go for European funding or for European cooperation or whatever possibility lies ahead. But I think we can also learn from each other by that, and I think this working group is one of the methods to do so, that we're not inventing the wheel ourselves every time again, because I hear recycling, I hear AI, and I think the topics that we're working upon are all very related and all very similar, so I really love to keep learning from all of you. Thank you.
For us, I think that we have to change the mindset. This is a very big one, but it is very hard to for the people to realize that the digitalization and the automatization is not going to make them it's not going to replace them. Also, for us, we started to actively work since the beginning of this year, so we are not very famous around the business, and they don't know that we exist. So this is the thing that I have the power to change. And yeah, this is, I want for us to be more famous, and for the business to know that they can trust us, and we can help them without them have to pay.
Okay. Final question. Basically, it will be merged from two. We are not done yet. Sorry. There's basically, through such projects and events, we are looking for good practices. Is there any repository or a warehouse where you go and search for good practices that you could introduce in your regions? If there is such, or you are just going for similar events and then you pick up and see what's actually feasible in your regions. And what makes your region, let's say, different from the others? Why do you think that you're better, or where you feel you have still some space to improve? This is related to these good practices, actually.
For the good practices, we are going to events, we are meeting with other agents like ours, and we are just searching the internet and, through the platforms, for example, European Innovation, it was EIT, I think it was. Yeah, and the Enterprise Europe Network, we are just looking all over the internet for best practices to show the business that it is possible. And I think that we are different, mostly because Gabru is the capital city of humor and satire. So we are making jokes, and we are making our way through laughter and jokes. So also we are, our agency is business driven, not business owned. So this is very important to say, because we are independent. And I know that in other countries it's not like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, when talking about best practices, I think that's the benefit of being a regional development agency that actually also executes projects, because then you get in contact with the SMEs actually implementing such a project, and then you see, okay, from this project we see that this company is doing such a great case, we should showcase that and make a video out of it or something in order to be able to disseminate that knowledge of that company, and by doing so enthusiase other companies to do so as well. So I think that's really, we keep our eyes and ears open in our projects, not only working with companies but also see, okay, how can we make this knowledge more effective even, and spread the knowledge that is done by this project to also enthusiase other companies. And the other question is how we stand it out from other areas. And I think we're, when you're talking about maturity, we're in the East End as a more mature regional development agency, I would say. And we really have our regional partners aligned, and also our links, I would say, with Europe are very tight. But I think that's not something that you reach one time and then it's over. It's really a continuous process, and well, our SMEs are changing, and it's also something that SMEs sometimes they become familiar with European projects, and you see the same SMEs applying for another funding and another one. But for us as an RDE, it's also the challenge to actually get new SMEs aboard to really make the best use of the European ecosystem for our innovation ecosystem of the East Netherlands.
When it comes to Zagreb, city of Zagreb and Croatia, I'm not aware of any database or website with some specific case studies or good practices. So I think we're stuck with Googling and seeing what the other people are doing, what other projects are doing. So mostly we find information through, I don't know, some meetings or workshops or events like this one. When it comes to why is Zagreb different from the other counties, Zagreb is the capital of Croatia, and as I already said, it is because it is the biggest city and most economically most developed. It is county itself. So as I said, it's the biggest one. There is a lot of workforce in Zagreb, a lot of opportunities. All biggest companies, most important companies have their headquarters in Zagreb. Unfortunately, for the other parts of Croatia, almost everything is concentrated in Zagreb, which is good and bad at the same time. What is the minus of this? You have a lot of companies, you have a lot of qualified workforce, and nowadays they are, let's say, they're kind of spoiled. They don't want to work with this, they don't want to do that, they don't want to get involved in EU projects because it's overkill for them, it's too much administrative, blah, blah. So we have plenty of food on the table, let's say, but at the same time, people and companies are very picky, let's say, because of such offer.
We don't have any special repository of best practices. If we need to find some role models, we go and search for them as we go along. I would say that our partnerships on the international level through several numerous projects that we have been involved in as Technology Park and Development Agency has given us such rich partnerships and so many good practice examples that we are learning from, that this is really an asset for all of us, I would say. And as a region, in former Yugoslavia, Maribor was considered as most industrial city. And in the beginning of 90s, it all fell apart and industry crashed, and afterwards we had some very tough years. People started leaving the city, leaving the region. Many of them are still traveling on a daily basis to Austria. But on the other side, I would say that the fact that we are so tough and hardworking and with a very high level of knowledge, this is something that makes our region special. It is our job to keep young people here or to attract them back. And with the programs that are running now and with the direction that the city is taking in the past years and the future that is ahead of us, I believe that we are beginning to gain this tag of an attractive city and region again, and this is something that will make the city and region even stronger.
Thank you.
Regarding the good practices, as many of you already mentioned, we don't have any repository. When we want to pursue something, we go to our network of contacts which we have throughout Europe, from various projects, from RADA, and if we want to get to know something about something, we use our contacts to get to some expert who will tell us a bit more about it and who will provide us with some examples of good practice, and that usually works very well. And for our assets, I mentioned in my presentation that we have some unused potentials, and I would say that is something like an asset for us. We just need to know how to use it, how to engage it finally. We have a skilled workforce which can be used for example, for some technical companies. We have a business support ecosystem which is working fine with zones and with development agencies. And yes, in this case, the vicinity of Zagreb could be a good thing for us, because we can attract people from there to come to work in our county. Some parts of our county are well connected. I'm talking about traffic to Zagreb, which we can use. Thank you.
I would like to thank everybody listening to us, and especially to our guests. I believe that the program will now continue.
Basically, just the wrap up.
Should I do it right now?
Well, I was thinking that since in the other roundtable we had the regional challenges and you were talking about the funding opportunities, maybe I should present the wrap up of our roundtable to see what the challenges were, and then we will hear what your solutions were.
Okay.
Would that work?
And we can sit back to the, or shall we stay here?
Thank you everybody for
Thank you.
your inputs. Okay, so everybody, this is now the final part of the event here at the Faculty of Electrotechnics, Computer Sciences and Informatics. We had both roundtables, one was live, the other one was recorded, so you will be able to hear what was said there as well. But just to recap what we were talking about, we were discussing regional challenges and what are our hopes for the future. And the audience was also involved, and we identified that the main challenge was funding. It's not a surprise. The reason for this is that through European projects, through base core work of researchers and so on, there's a lot of knowledge gathered. But there is a real problem of transfer of this knowledge to companies, because whether you work with companies or not as a researcher at the university, it doesn't mean that you would get paid anything more, that it would stimulate you to do so. But you also have the other workload. And at the same time, as technology parks, as development agencies and so on are supporting, it is not systematically funded. It's on project-to-project basis. So once the project concludes, you don't know if you can still continue with that work, and you cannot just take it directly to the market, because most of the companies that do need this support, that do come and ask for this support, are at the development stages, and they do not have a lot of money themselves. So it's basically working pro bono, as Dr. Turkanovic said at our roundtable, hoping that further down the line these entities will become strong enough to become financially actually feasible to cooperate with them. Until then, it's pro bono, but many steps have been taken in connecting the regional stakeholders, the right people, to demonstrate what is the need of digitalization, what are the benefits, and to actually show in which fields, in which areas this is useful, needed, actually even more than just needed. It is necessary to keep developing, to keep surviving, not only in Slovenia as separate regions, but generally the European economy, and not just with SMEs, which is always spoken of, but also with large companies, because they also need this transformation, need this modernization, need digitalization. That's why the main challenge is how to survive and keep doing what everyone knows how to do best, to finally make this breakthrough. And through connecting, it is also always easier to talk to decision makers, to policy makers, to really make this support. So those are the challenges we identified, and we hope that within, let's say, 5 to 10 years, we will get all different challenges, and we wouldn't have to talk about surviving, but actually about growing, about further development and so forth. So what are the solutions you have for us?
Actually, I didn't have had that much time, but let's say that variety of partners, actually different types. We were having like RDAs, we were having DICs, we were having incubators, so kind of a original mix. And in 2 cases, I believe we have had that they are in one person. So basically, when addressing challenges and addressing different target groups, if you are incubator or DIC, you are actually working with the company. So this feed-up, bottom-up approach for the RDA would be very simple if it's in the house, right? So in some cases that's a case, but then again, when we come to the funding, regional development agencies and regions in general, they strive for all kind of funding, but it depends on, let's say, how the countries are regulated by NUTS 2, let's say, level, which in Slovenia doesn't exist, or in Hungary, perhaps, it's the same. Okay, everybody also relies on European funding. So it's a very important lesson here. It's basically that we somehow keep on going with such events, because they don't represent only opportunities to create follow-ups, but basically they serve as best practice collection. We noticed that there is actually no direct repository by any of the regions that they would have, like perhaps maybe in Netherlands there's a close idea to that, since they are, let's say, much more mature, I would say, system. But for the rest of us, I saw that there is a lot of similarities because we are somehow, anyway, European standardization goes top down, so basically all member states will sooner or later adapt to that. So it's just about the speed and regional environments, how they will be able to cope with that model or type of work. There were some, let's say, differences in understanding, and the major thing from the industry was actually that the European grants is a very, I would say, good sounding alternative to get funds for certain projects. Basically, they have a problem of being too bureaucratic. So basically, administration kills the wish, let's say, to get funded for specific breakthrough technologies. Maybe that's maybe a problem in Europe. So there is a lot of space for similar agencies or intermediates like we are. So we are following the calls, we are helping them to develop this. But as I said just a couple of days ago on another actually event was that the problem for the SMEs is that today we know what we want tomorrow and day after tomorrow, and if we don't get it here, we will go somewhere else. But we need to do it, irrespective if there are European funds available or not. So for us, it's very important that we follow actually our pool of SMEs with the needs, on the other side what technology providers are offering, and thus we make this system work. So we connect the dots for them and strive for the funding opportunities. So that's what I see as a very important role of the intermediates, either they are DIAs or RTOs, but definitely that's the one. And maybe just a last part, which was very actually confirming my some thoughts. It was about what's the difference between the regions, and it was interesting that this landscape, at certain point, for some it means the opportunity, for some it's a threat, but basically we are all in a way in the same position. So when I asked sometimes, let's say people, somebody mentioned that, yeah, Tanya was mentioning, that actually people from Maribor, which was industrial city now, due to the fact that a lot of companies closed down, they go to Austria. I can tell you that I was talking to the people in Graz, and I said, since you're kind of a melting pot from Slovakia, Hungary, Slovenia, everybody goes there. So I said, so you must be lucky. Basically, everybody, I mean the workforce, the qualified one, goes to you. And they said, yeah, you know, but it's not the case. Sorry, what happens? Yeah, they go to Munich. And I talked to the people from Munich, and they said, yeah, but they go to England. So if I go like that, you will soon see that everybody basically faces the same problem, and yet we are in the same boat, I would say, and we need to find solutions that actually this brain drain would somehow stop. And this is by creating environment which is friendly to users, whether they are SMEs or people, young people that everybody counts on, but I believe that also the so-called grace will be a market potential, and yeah, I believe that a lot of good practices that we have heard today, and a lot of potential for cooperation here and exchange of good practices is basically something important as a message to let's say, governments, that such projects are actually very welcome and that they need to be supported. And what I would like, that regional development agencies are more involved in such work, and they support, not just only when the operational programs are prepared and you go with the companies, you collect the information, like I believe Davorka said, that yeah, they do it with the ministry level, and it goes like from very bottom what they do with the companies, then they report to the ministry, like NUTS 1 level, and then it comes down to the regional level, instead of going, let's say, bottom up as its usual practice. I will no longer bother you. It was kind of a revealing for me. I hope that it was something useful also for you, and hope to see you in some other occasion and project perhaps. Thank you very much.
Some questions.
Yeah.
I'm Francisco Ferrando, representing the Regional Development Agency of Valencia in Spain. I have a question maybe to you, Mr. Trim, but also to those of you who are closer to the companies who are close to the field. And we heard this morning from Emilia how digitalization is not only concerns technology, but also culture, entrepreneurial culture, of course. And I wondered to what extent, as I said, those of you that are close to the firms would say that they look at digitalization as the solution to all their woes and worries, and how do you detect when there are efficacy or inefficiencies that should be solved before resourcing to that final step, which in theory should confirm that everything there are no lack of efficiencies and efficacy is good, so therefore they are mature enough to be digitalized in such a way that they'll be as competitive and extra competitive as they wish to be. So again, the question is, do you detect that, let's say, excessive hope from firms that everything will be solved, that the woes and worries will disappear
Technology.
if they digitalize,
Yeah.
no matter how they need to put their own house in order?
Thank you. I'll take this very personally. Since it's a topic that bothers me, and actually it goes, if we go to the rough way, it would be like from a movie of Terminator.
Right.
Why? I will tell you. Basically what we do see now is that the exponent growth of the high performance computing is so basically, I would say, dynamic, that the human no longer can follow that development. So now we have the access to technologies. I wouldn't now go for the topic of how the industry is capable of immediately accept or introduce that in their production lines. But the prices are dropping and competition is forcing them to do so. What I see is a next, I would say, bigger challenge than this technology digitization in hardware. Hardware is basically how the people will cope with that. Unless there will be a new paradigm in development of the human skills that will be able to follow this, then I'm afraid that the next stage will be that these machines can be controlled only by machines. And then we are with the Terminator story. So for me, I believe that Europe should focus on digital education, trainings, long life learning, stuff like that. And more funds, it needs to be actually somehow directed into that direction, because the technology uptake is enormous, and already now we have a gap of few years basically that people will be able to follow this development in technologies. So for me, the challenge, it's no longer in this hardware development, but rather how people can follow up that, and plus that we have this negative attitude toward the technologies, like ruining the currently existing jobs. And this is then the next level with the raising awareness of how this equipment or hardware should be somehow anyway extension of the human to help not to, let's say, cut them off from daily bread, let's say. So that would be my personal view to the aspect, yeah. But
Yeah,
trainings and education, it's a must. The sooner the better.
Very enriching.
Thank you.
I have a question for the Okay. I have a question for the panelists from the last table, good table. Which of Digital Innovation Hub now is candidate to European Digital Innovation Hub from this last table? Some of them? Yeah. And what about your position in your country for the national government, for example, about the co-finance of the funding with the Digital Euro funding? All is clear?
No.
No funding. Yes.
We
But
were
the
promised
rule is
50%, but our elections, basically the government changed.
yeah.
In June we will know how we expect.
Okay, I see the things are similar to Spain. Yeah, we have in the same situation. No, it's clear, but the rules from European money is clear. 50% European money, 50% state and member state. Yeah? But no, only it's a question for your situation. And another question for other regions is some experience for cascade funding, for example, with the structural funds. Any of the regions have any experience with structural funds with cascade funding? Yeah, you have experience. Yeah, and what do you can tell me what I can see the example or because in Extremadura now we are thinking start to develop a framework to cascade funding with the structural fund. No, it's easy.
Well, you wanted to know about our experience with structural funds. Well, I would say go for it, because there isn't much else besides that. And as I mentioned, yes, we have our system in Croatia is very bureaucratic. It is slow. There are a lot of procedures, and it's sometimes very, very difficult. But it's worth it. It's worth it, and it's you just need to have a good project with good partners, and there's nothing much to it.
I believe the questions are exhausted. Are there maybe any questions online? If you can just
Online, unfortunately, we don't have any questions.
No questions online either.
No.
Then I would like to thank all of you in the attendance, in person or online. This session will now stop streaming, and you will all who registered receive the links for the uploaded video, so you can also see it on other times. Thank you. And now, Julia, please, if you will just say for the pitching session for people who are here, those who are not in the pitching session, we have now concluded and would like to thank you for your participation.